Okay, hello. I think I'm good to go. I think I'm good to go right now. Ah. Okay, let's see. What was it? Hello, and yeah, I'm continuing with Lagrange point today. I ended up finishing up my grinding last stream. Actually went pretty good. Okay, I may have also gone a bit nuts. Everyone's a lot higher level now. I also have a lot of money. It also wasn't really too hard to level everyone up. If anyone remembers the metal slime-esque enemies from that I ended up seeing last stream, those transpelers, I basically ran back to Run where I encountered them and fought them, and they're actually extremely numerous. Like, I was usually getting into fights with them. And for as much as they're like metal slime-esque and how hard they are to technically kill, they're also not actually that hard to kill. Specifically in that the main character, you remember how he has that one special attack, Smash, that deals like 200 damage all the time to something? And I ended up having to rely on it to I had to rely on it to beat that one boss. Well, I guess to put it very succinctly, he ended up, turns out that that super attack isn't single target. It hits every enemy. So basically I could get into a battle with the metal slimes, use that, and that'd be like a group of 5 or 6 metal slimes killed practically instantly. Which is kind of nuts and insane, but hey, I'm not complaining. I needed the levels. I'm just figuring let's try and get ourselves some stuff to craft. I got no real rhyme or reason, but I figure might as well see about crafting some better stuff, because we can now equip tier 3 stuff. We can now equip tier 3 equipment without any problem. Which is nice. And I kind of didn't do this off stream when I probably both could have and should have. But it's no big deal. I want to try raising stuff up to rank 3. Yep, always gonna equip this stuff. Good. Sure, yeah. Spark Saber sounds cool. I made a Spark Saber, so I have a beam sword. Heat Saber. Sure. Fire gun plus plasma equals atomic rifle. We already have an atomic rifle. Ion rifle. Sure, I'll take that. Yeah, sure. Also, just out of curiosity, how expensive is that? 20,000. 20,000 for the next real tier of stuff. Solid gun. The alpha rifle. How much is that? Sure. We should be good to go now. I probably could have done all that off stream, but I kind of wanted to at least do weapon fusing on stream, so. Alright, I also got some steroids. That should work, I think. I think it should be decent. This should hopefully wind up being decent. But yeah, like I said, grinding surprisingly wasn't that painful. Like I said, just went back to where the metal slime type enemies were and used the main character special on them, which is actually multi-target, and they were just easy enough to farm. I might have arguably gone a bit too far, but considering the kind of stuff we were seeing last stream, I don't think you can go too far. I don't think there's such a thing with that as that for this. So I'm like ready to go. I think I have like only I think I'm gonna go poke my head in that one dungeon on the east side, since this doesn't seem to be any place else for me to go. So I figure why not head on over here. Also get to see how this goes. Ooh, nice. Single target weapons might just be the way to go, actually, in the end. I'm not surprised, I'm just, yeah. Is it the way that's all performing? Yeah. I'm in the Spark Saber. It definitely seems like AoE stuff's getting its own damage penalty on top of stuff, so it's kind of probably what that definitely helps feel like it gives you know, this an edge. I say that, and then he proceeds to mow all of them down with his gun, which I'm glad. Also, the question of how's our BP holding up? Because I didn't pick up anything to restore BP with. That's a good point. It's probably the one thing I really need to get used to. Also, I just remembered, yeah. He was like at 80. I wonder if you can only use one on people. I wonder if that's what I'm... Because yeah, they didn't increase them at all. I wonder if you can only use one of them on people. That would make some degree of sense. Of course, I can also just run from a bunch of these fights. We should easily have the stats to be fine. I'm also just running because I don't want to run out of BP. Running out of BP would be bad. But yeah, let's see. I hope everyone's day is going alright. My day's been rough. It's been a rough start. Half the reason it being so late is... Well, I wasn't too late considering I moved the time back to 5, but... I had a hard time getting around today, so... Not that it's been particularly terrible, mind you, it's just been one of those days where it's like, you wake up and you go, oh, it's just one of these days. Not much to be done other than, you know... Oh, come on, guys. Okay, good. We got a BP charge item. That's good. This we should be near the end of this dungeon then, I guess. No, we're just someplace else entirely. Okay. Also enjoy how the world map theme's kind of changed into something really bizarre here. Oh, that's a lot of experience. Still doesn't really match the metal slimes I was killing, but still. Alright, guess I should take a look at the map as well. So there should be nothing else on this little island other than whatever this is. Oh boy, this is a maze. Oh boy. At least get a save point here at the start. Going around and getting myself a bit over leveled definitely seems like it was a good idea, at least in the whole basis of I'm probably not going to have any real BP restoration for a while, so yeah, without any real BP restoration, really available BP restoration, we're gonna possibly be hurting, so just being able to just run from enemies guilt-free sounds like a good thing. Nothing up here. Ba-bum-bum-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Let's see what we got. Damage tiles? No. But also it's just the other side of the building. Well, the other side of the entrance, so nothing extremely amazing, I guess. Oh, come on, guys. Rust off, so probably not super important to get that, but yeah, I don't even know what it does, so oh, come on. Yeesh. Come on, guys. Oh, come on. All of a sudden we're running into these things we're not allowed to run. There we go. Yes, we could try fighting him and see how that goes out. Okay, so that's the translator for mutant talk. Come on! Well, I guess I shouldn't worry about it since this means there's not going to be any real boss fights, but still. Come on! I guess I could have stayed there since I'd have been fine, but... Actually, but... nah, this is better. But also, I probably shouldn't be afraid of fighting them, since... I just shouldn't be worried about it. I'm getting too obsessed with saving at PP, and the fact that I found the mutant translator down there is good, so... Also, it's been way too, it's also I think I've been taking too much of a break from playing some randomizers too, but I've been busy in my downtime. Well, I say I've been busy, but it's more like I've had the intent to be busy, but I just keep not actually being busy. I'm someone who has really terrible, like, ADHD or whatever, what have you, and it's not something I've really been diagnosed with, but I'm always way too easily distracted from doing things, and trying to actually sit down and force myself to do stuff is It's always a giant trial. Way too much of one. Of course, half of it doesn't help when I'm trying to do something that I have absolutely zero with. Well, saying I have zero just means it's wrong, but I have absolutely zero skills or knowledge about what to even try to do. Was this before or after I used the... Okay, so we still have the BP charge. Okay. But yeah, it's like, it's like basically the whole... Yeah. It's just one of those things where I've just stuck going, yeah, geez, I know jack shit about designing, about trying to design characters, and it's like, yeah, it shows. It's something I keep sitting down trying to think about how to make progress or what to do, and nothing ever gets done because, well, A, I don't know what to do, and B, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing either. So every time I sit down to try to do stuff on that, I end up just wasting a whole bunch of time doing nothing, and I just feeling like complete shit because, well, of course I'm fumbling around, not really achieving much when I don't even know what I'm trying to do. It is an extremely vicious cycle. It's just one of those things where, like, even though it's like I've got the basic gist of, okay, I should look at that things that I consider, I should look at what, you know, some of my favorite stuff and just draw from there. It's just, I still don't know much of what I'm doing. It also doesn't help that I know that I also have absolute zero skill in the art of, you know, actually, you know, creating something visually. So, and yeah, it's no wonder my ADHD ends up winning, my ADD or whatever ends up winning out whenever I try to do stuff. But not much I can do about it. All I can really do is actually just force my way through and deal with it. So right now, I guess one thing is like, yeah, it's just one of those things where I just wish I'd been able to make any kind of progress whatsoever, but it just ends up feeling so impossible sometimes where it's like, I don't want to actually give up, but geez, sometimes it's like, oh man, you're like, just one of those things. Not much that can be done about it. All that can be said, all that can be said constantly. It's not much can be done. that's pretty much the real big source of why I've been in such a weird emotional funk recently. Sure. Whoa. 400 damage now? That's nuts. But yeah, I really want to make progress with what I'm trying to work on, but it really does feel like the most difficult thing in the world sometimes, so... The thing that ends up making it all really, really bad, though, and winds up being shit like this, how I just refuse to try to reach out for help on things. That ends up making everything, that ends up just making things even worse. But then again, it's not like asking for help on this would help at all, because it'd just be... So all we'd wind up getting is either just complete silence, which is the usual, or people just going, oh, it's just gotta figure things out. And it's like, that doesn't help at all. But But yeah, like I said, that's all pretty much leads into why I've been in such a real, it's pretty much the big source of why I've been in a real negative mood recently. Isn't depression fun? So we end up getting a mutant translator, which I guess means we're good to go to... Forget where... Was it orange? Probably orange. I also really just don't get things. Because weren't they saying, oh, you need the waterways to be dried out and able to make it over to the place where we'd be able to get the translator, and then it's like, what? And it's like, is the game purposefully just giving me bad information? This game certainly is a trip, though, I guess. yeah, a major problem we definitely have is we need to be carrying around BP packs. But yeah, let's see. Is there anything else to talk about that isn't as outright depressing as that? Well, I don't think I should care about if that depresses people. Not like anyone's watching or anything, so it's not like there's any risk of that. I'm not going to be killing anyone's mood, so yeah, pretty much. But I do need to manage my own mood better, so... So there hasn't really been anything too interesting, though. Like, nothing's really changed too much. Like, that, like, yeah, like, I guess the thing is, like, Great Grand Order had its Valentine's event that just wrapped up, and that was fun. But I ended up using a character that's never really gets to show up, enough, which is always a nice treat. And specifically, I'm talking about Karen, who is a character who was introduced in Fate Hollow Ataraxia, and she's pretty neat whenever she shows up. She's just fun to see, have to hang around and deal with people. But beyond that, it's like, And the main thing is the event had a lot of flavorings of that stuff. Although they technically, quote-unquote, have this Karen is from some other comedy spin-off, the Capsule Servant stuff. But yeah, it's it's fun. The one other nice thing about Valentine's events is you usually get like a new scene with like you get like a scene with each servant for like their Valentine's gift thing or whatever, and they're all generally felt pretty decent this time around. Oh, to be fair, the only ones that are actually truly bad are the only ones that are actually kind of bad are the ones that you get from... How was that? I mean, I guess that's an inventory space thing, but I'd rather just... But yeah, it's... But yeah, it's general. Like, the only ones that are actually bad, and the only servers that actually have, like, actually really, truly bad, Valentine scenes are the ones that are specifically the female servants that were around in the year 1 period of, well, before the first Valentine's event. They're the only ones that are, like, particularly bad. And that's only because there just really is nothing to the scenes. It's, oh, hi, here, have some chocolate. Without fail, across the board. So they're all mostly not that interesting. And then you get to year 2, and they immediately all start getting interesting. And then you have the fun fact of, since they then started having the male servants actually started having scenes too. All the year 1 male, all like the male servants from launch actually are generally have better scenes than their contemporary, than their female contemporaries, because, well, they all got to be, they all basically got their Valentine scenes written in for year 2. Not to say they're all great or stand out, but they are all generally way better than the launch female servants. Like, yeah, they're generally, like, all way better than those. So, don't think we got anything new for Potato Land. I guess we have the translator now. We can go to Orange. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I don't know what there's like a... It's one of those things where a lot of people, I know I've seen plenty of people wish and lament the fact that the launch female servants haven't gotten like some kind of like Valentine's Day glow up thing, but on the other hand, I've also seen people acknowledge that that would be a lot more writing, because there's some people who like to go through all the scenes again and again each Valentine's, and I was that way until last year, and it's like the sheer like number of scenes you have to go through to do that is way too much. So this year, there's a few scenes I rewatched because, hell yeah, but I also just skipped through most of them because no. Just no. No. Just no. There's a lot, and I do not have the time anymore. I want to like try to do other things, so yeah. But yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, the main standouts for me that I always try to go back and watch are Osakabe Hime's, because hers are just a treat, and Mysterious Heron X Altars because, well, one, I just like them, and two, it's a real treat because, like, starting last year, they're all voiced now, every single one of them. And Mysterious Heron X Altars is really nice voiced because it's really nice. It's really fun. Yeah, it's really fun to hear someone just list off what is effectively a coffee order. In Japanese, I don't, but it's like you go, oh yeah, it's the coffee order, all right, and somebody it's just enjoyable to me to hear. But yeah, like, for the most part, it's like, yeah, it's also just a nice thing, especially ever since they started putting in more effort into them. They're all like all across the board, just great to interact with nowadays. They're just in terms of the Valentines, because like all the new ones are generally pretty great or interesting in their own ways. It is funny to have just seen how much of a difference Brynhild's because Brunhild was like was basically in that whole like first group of on. He wasn't on launch, but she dropped before the first Valentine's, and the stark contrast between her like the stark contrast between her like her normal version's Valentine's scene and her summer version is just night and day. There's just clearly so much more work put into it. It's one of those things. It's nice to see them put in like work, and honestly, a lot of them do end up being pretty nice. Like, the really, like, fun thing with Brunhild, though, is just how the summer Brunhild is, how her Valentine's is pretty much just her basically going, well, shit, here, have a giant cake. Because, just as a thank you for letting me and Sigrid be able to actually hang out again like this. And it's like, oh, that's sweet. That's nice and sweet. I'm also the proponent of just let us summon more couples into Chaldea Yukawards. With the really big thing being, you know, let us summon Eric Bloodaxe's wife. That one's mostly just one of those weird things where it's like, because it's one of those things where it's like you might look at that relationship and go, oh, it's like, nah, it's one of those things where they both very much love each other. It's just they don't get to hang out, which is a shame, because I'm sure that'd be great, because there's a lot. It's nice that is Junker. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh. It's one of those things that just be nice. Beyond that, it's like, yeah. I mean, beyond that, though, it's like it's also just funny to just recognize how much the FGO Valentine's events have just kind of gotten better over the years, because back in year one, they were abysmal. Like, the first Valentine's event was actually pretty terrible. And I'm just like, and I don't mean, the main writing for the event was fine. The Valentine's writing was just really subpar, but whatever. But, like, the actual gameplay of farming the event was awful. It was this really terrible system of just you have to grind on the right days, because they had like multiple different currencies for each class. And this was back when the roster was not that fleshed out. It was extremely limiting. And yeah. And I say this in the sense of, because there were a number of things that I remember, right? Like, there was like stuff like you actually wanted to have craft essences on servants of certain classes in order to get certain currencies, and it was just a terrible mess. Next year was kind of better, but it still followed the similar system. And then for the third Valentine's, they dropped that entirely and did something else. Thank God. for the most part, it's like, yeah, it's just funny just how far Fate Grand Order's come from how it was on launch. And also apparently how far it apparently came from its launch on JP, which was even worse because, yeah. So is there just like nothing around here for us to do then? I swear this game has a real big problem of just really not telling me what to do, telling me where to go, and it's like... Thank goodness I did that. I over-leveled, otherwise I'd probably be in really bad straits. But yeah, let's see. Anything else really worth talking about? Hard to think of anything. I mean, Lord knows I want to keep talking, but on the other hand, it's not like anyone's actually watching, so going on long tangents while they make me feel better, it's just gonna make me feel a bit worse when I go, oh right, like literally no one gives a shit. It's my curse. 'Tis my burden to bear. One thing to check is there actually anything up here? I didn't actually check out the map when I should have. And if there is, we probably need to actually do that. Okay, let's see, what else? I'm trying to figure out where to go next. Okay, so there is something up there, and there's something over there. That's it. Ay. I guess on the topic of if I'm gonna start talking about gacha games, I can also talk about the one I've been playing where I know I've complained, it had a big update recently, I've kind of complained about that. They've been making some strides to correct their fuck-ups, because that's how I'm gonna frame it, because there's really no other way to really think about it all. But I'm still worried because it really seems like they've really gone in on a lot of terrible decisions, and I'm just gonna have to wait and see if they reverse course. It might end up actually dropping it if they don't. they've apparently released a news post, at the very least in Korean, that they are going to fix some of my bigger complaints and bigger issues with it, so that's promising. But there's also a lot of other things that are bothering me that there's zero sound. It sounds like they're not going to address. The biggest one is how event shops seem to be garbage now. It was something that wasn't really obvious at first, because they had basically moved all of the old event stuff to this one screen where it's like, okay, it's all easily accessible now once it's been run, which is good. The screen itself is a bit of a visual mess because it's trying to depict everything in a timeline order to try to give you a sense of what the game's timeline, game story timeline is. So it's not the best for actually navigating. But I personally kind of give it a pass for that. Although I feel like they probably could have found some middle ground for having that just be a possible view of it, rather than have that be the singular view of it. But that's a different conversation entirely, you know. No, the thing that caught me off guard is, like, basically in this, they also went and gave all of the old events shops. They basically went, okay, here's basically like a shop, and you can get currency from all these old events, so you can actually buy stuff from the shop. I went, okay. The thing I ended up not liking about it is you get, like, no currency. You don't get any real respectable amount of currency from any of this shit. So it's like, okay, so I'm just not gonna care about actually grinding out anything here, because you just don't. You just don't. You just do not get enough. It would take too long. It'd take like more than 2 years to get if you're like only running the hard notes, which you're limited on running, and if the only ones that are actually worth actually running, it would take you like 2 years to be able to buy the stuff in the store. And honestly, what's available in the stores isn't a big enough deal to justify that. Not really. Because once you're done with like getting the character available from that side story's hard mode drop, and you're arguably kind of done. You want to get enough duplicates so you can fully upgrade them, sure, but the big deal is getting the character and hopefully getting the duplicates. And once you've done that, you're done. And you have better things to spend your stamina on. You have much better things to spend your stamina on. Which feels like something the devs may have forgotten or stopped caring about. But anyway, once again, I'm getting off on a tangent. This ends up ruining event shops because we ended up getting a new event last week. And, its shop has all of the same and its shop, even though it's a brand new event, has all of the same problems as the old event shops have. There is a multiplier, so you're getting more currency, yes, but everything's still so goddamn expensive, and you're still not getting enough currency to make up, not enough extra currency to make up for that, and it doesn't work. It doesn't function. The old system was fine. The old system worked perfectly for event shops. But here it's like, I'm just not going to care. The event shop doesn't even have enough things in it to really justify me going absolutely ballistic on it anyways. Saram City on Land 1 wants you to return as soon as possible. What? I read Stottle's thesis. It said the Earth was going to become uninhabitable and we need to biomod ourselves to survive. We're spacefaring. I mean, what? Okay. But yeah, like I said, it's just one of those things where it's like, damn, it's just nothing like they were making a big deal about how this is going to be a big, great update, and it just ended up honestly all around making the game worse. It's the ways I feel like it's kind of improved the game don't really make up for the fact that they've really shot themselves in the foot a lot. And I hate that a lot of it. It's like, I hate that a lot of it. A lot of these problems feel like things that... Okay. They really want me to go back to Ceramic City. But yeah, it's like, nothing... It's just... The thing that bothers me the most about all these updates, about everything they did is a lot of the problems... just would simply be dealt with or not be as big of issues if they had just did some actual playtesting of this shit. So either these changes are all on purpose or they didn't do any actual playtesting or didn't care about anything any playtesters told them, which is not a very good look. So I'm stuck here thinking there's a non-zero chance I quit the game, and it's like, I don't really want to, but I'm not exactly against it either, since, you know, if you make your game a lot worse to play, it's only right that people will decide to go, okay, fuck this noise, I'm out. So, yes, nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's doable too. But yeah, it's... As you can tell, I have a lot of feelings about it. It's like, ugh. It's just one of those... Feeling like they just didn't even playtest it's like one of the worst things. Like, they looked at this and went, that's fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. And it's like, it's not fine. It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of... It is also in some ways just kind of funny that they just, yeah, they really screwed the pooch. And it's like, they are at least panicking somewhat. They're realizing, oh, we need to fix everything. Like the one mode I remember talking about a few streams back where it's like, they fucked it up because it was very much... No, I don't. But yeah, it's like the gameplay mode I talked about where it's like, it's kind of like an introduction to like the hell, it's just kind of like a source of some free solid gear you can use that is best in slot for some characters, but also just pretty solid all around, and it's just a good source of free stuff, and they just ruined it by making it no longer free and thus actually making it not worth it at all. Is like they've said in a news post that they're going to revert it to how it was. So hopefully that helps out a lot. I hate the Biokaiser. Mo. Take this orange disc to Chairman Toga. Contains all the data we have on the enemy. Yeah, I'd say yes. Orange disc. And I assume that means they are now a party member. Okay, so we need to come back here with Rita in the party. Gotcha. Really wish I had the Hydro Wing. Really wish I had that Hydro Wing. So in theory, if I come back here with Rita, they'll have something to say. Okay. But yeah, it's one of those things where it also does end up putting into perspective to me, just there's a lot you need to take into account for when you're like running any kind of like gacha game type stuff. Well, just any game, but it's just there's a lot you have to account for, and if I'm just always dumbstruck at just how much they managed to fuck up. It is impressive to me. It is impressive to me. But yeah, for the most part, I was like, oof. And the real big shame is I do enjoy the game, so I'd hate to have to drop it, but damn, if it like ends, it really just depends on how much they possibly screwed the pooch. But like I said, they're definitely willing to make changes. They're willing to just roll things back or try to go back part ways, which is nice at least. I know one of the gameplay modes they've already rolled back on. It was very necessary, and I still think their changes to the changes they're keeping around to it were for the worst and not really well play-tested. But there is nothing I can actually do about it, and they've at least done enough. It seems very clear they want it to be a certain level of difficulty, and fine, but I'm not sure they made the right choice. But like, there's like nothing really for me to do or say about it. And yeah, it's like, yeah, they've made the big changes, and it's not so. The main catch in the end is it's not so bad for me since I've been playing since near launch. I took like a month break because of Xenoblade 3, but Xenoblade 3, man, Xenoblade 3's go. So, but yeah, it's just it's just how it goes. Why do I keep running back to them? But yeah, it's one of those things I'll end up seeing just how much if they actually do properly make their adjust things. It's like hopefully they fix their shit. Hopefully they do make enough of an effort to meet people halfway and at least adjust their shit. Yeah. Probably the craziest thing that says they at least seem to care is the project head, who's basically like the game is basically their child. They got fired over this. Well, not fired. They resigned over this. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's kind of sad, but it's also a degree of it's like, yeah, but a lot of what they've tried to introduce in the game there's a system they like the last time they had this kind of big blowback was when they introduced this system for upgrading characters in a way that would I guess it's designed in a way to be a big patch for a character. Like if a character cannot be properly fixed or their kit addressed through just some numbers tweaking, and this is a way that would let them really bring them up and upgrade them. Although, in the end, it really just ended up... the big thing with it is it's ended up just making a bunch of really good characters even better, because that's pretty much the main thing it did. And they got a lot of flack because on launch, all the numbers, apparently like a number of the stuff was just not working well, and it was just... It had its problems. Because the big thing about the system is, for much as I'm trying to play it up as a good thing, is they were trying to use it as a means by which to get the player to burn and use character dupes in a way. Because for the most part, the game has, until like the big update they just did, character dupes have been kind of a shrug thing. I mean, for SSR characters. They've been just a thing you kind of shrug at and go, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. For some of them, you'd build them up because some of the game modes would, because if you wanted to run because some game modes would require you to have multiple teams, and in order to have a character in multiple teams, you needed multiple copies of them built up. But the big update changed that and removed that functionality, which I kind of don't mind. I didn't like the idea of having to have multiple copies of a character built up, so whatever. And dupes did serve one very useful purpose for lower tier characters. The rares, the commons, and the SRs. The main thing it did was basically you could use, well, you know how, depending on, I guess the way this way to describe this is, some games, like, you know, generally you have your level cap, and a number of games will give you the means by which to go past level cap. And sometimes it's, like, to use Fate Grand Order as an example, each rarity has its own level cap that you increase as you build up the character, and then you reach that rarity's level cap. Which for commons it's 60, uncommons it's 65, rares it's 70, super rares it's 80, and for SSRs it's 90. And then on top of that, you can upgrade them via some other means, which is a limited resource, very limited resource, to increase that level cap up to level 120. I should not say 120, that is the current one, but for most effective purposes, let's just go with the old level cap, which was 100. It is, and the main thing you got out of that was just, the only thing you got out of levels in Fate Grand Order were just more stats, more attack, and more HP. It's not an extremely supreme amount of those extra stats, but it's enough to make an impact. So, you know, if you had favorites, you'd level them up. Or if you're someone who just had some common, you know, some bronze or silver favorites, you'd use that to level them up, and you'd get a lot of extra stats out of them. A lot of them are still usually limited by what their kits allow them to do, though. So, you know, you can grail some characters up to high heaven, but if their kits aren't that great, it's only going to do so much. So if you're looking for, like, to get number impact, you just, you know. And then SSRs aren't going to really get a lot out of them either way, either. I'm going to save the whole going into value rant, but for the most part, you know, it'd be just this thing that's like, okay, you'd maybe do, because, okay. But in this other game I'm playing, the bonus is to go, everyone has a level cap of 100, and you can raise the level up to 110 by using either this really rare resource or by feeding in 3 copies of the same character. And you gotta do this 5 times because it increases the level cap by 2 levels, and they also get extra stats too on top of this, so you have even more incentive to do it. So for lower rarity characters, you would very much do that, so the lower rarity characters would all basically be, after like a few months, your entire like low level roster, if you're trying to maintain all, would basically be level 110, and would have the level cap of 110, and that'd be some solid shit for you. You know, it'd be like, okay, that means, because some of them are also good, and it's not even like they're all bad. They can be decent. But that would give them like some degree of leg up, because SRs are a bit... Some SR characters you'll do that with, because usually whenever because I mentioned how like events and stuff would reward you with characters, and would reward you with, like, you know, you use that to help grind out some characters. Well, that's usually SRs. Sometimes there's some SSR characters, but it's usually SRs. And then there's also this other mode that's just general, like, running stuff that's got a list of SSRs you can earn via that. So you eventually grind out them, and you grind out some SSRs. And so there's a list of SSRs you could, without too much headache, get up to that level cap of 110. we've got to go to Ceramic City. So yeah, you know, it wouldn't take too much insane work, but you'd be able to... I mean, the ones you get from events would take a while, because you're limited to only like 3 runs of the hard mode per day, so that would be a long-standing grind thing, where you probably, in the end, you'll probably... So, you know, it's a long-term thing to just always spend resources there, so you'd be able to do that, but... You know, whatever. But it's like... They remove that, so dupes no longer can be used for that function, so lower rarity characters no longer have that intrinsic benefit of you can just get them up to 110 without too much headache. So now, since that's no longer the case, it's... You gotta just only use the limited resource, and there's just this... Oh wow, congrats. And it's like... It's just, it leaves me, it's just ever since the update dropped, or yeah, they've mentioned this, I've been extremely worried about what kind of impact this might have on newer players, on how much this might negatively impact them. Unless they actually properly increase your intake of the limited resources which you use to raise up characters to level caps. They've at least met people somewhat halfway and have done their best to reduce costs for anything that's... For anyone that's an SR rarity and below, they've drastically reduced the amount of resources it takes to get them to 110, which is a good step, which is a step in the right direction at least. I'm just not sure if that on its own is enough. Because it takes a lot to get a SSR character up to 110, and that is generally where you'll be getting the most bang for your buck on spending that stuff. So, yeah, it's one of those things. It's hard to say just how much. It's not something I can actually fully judge yet, but it's something I'm wary of. Alright, I was going to put Chris as a leader and see if she had anything to say to this guy. Nope, okay. I was just curious since she was the one who was with Tam, so... Cosmo City. Cosmo or Ozone City, we can get an O2 tank at. That's new information. But we need a hoverplane to get to Ozone City. Okay. So none of that's really good news. Comms from Oda have ceased. That's worrisome. Okay. So we have a hoverplane now, which is good. But yeah, so the long story short is I'm dreading the fact that there's a non-zero chance I may end up dropping the game up and enjoying. Upside, I've started playing Limbus Company yesterday, despite that probably being a very bad idea, and I've been enjoying that, what I've played of that so far, which isn't much because it literally just launched and I only played it for like, yeah. But hey, it's got a pretty cool aesthetic. I don't mind it being as extremely grimdark as it is. At least so far. I'll see if that maintains itself. But at least what I have played has been fun. The worst thing I'd say about it is they mask this first fight. They mask the first fight they throw you in as a tutorial, even though it's just a fight you're going to lose. And it's like, it's not a great time to try to tutorialize anything because you're not gonna have a good, you're not really gonna do a good job of showcasing things to the player. They try to go, oh, see, here's stagger. It's a good thing to do. And it's like, oh, nothing really ends up happening with that enemy because we're supposed to lose this fight. And it's just, it was not a good place to stick a tutorial, is all I'd say. I don't mind them trying to establish some general sense of you being... Alright, I don't have... Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. We're on line 1, right? Where's their stock? Just go left. Okay. But yeah, so far it's been pretty fun. I've been liking the writing at least, so... I've been enjoying the writing of it at least, which is good. I've been interested in their series of games, because Limbus Company is basically in the same world, and it's probably arguably a sequel to the games of the Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Ruina. And I've been having a somewhat interesting... I've been interested in playing them, and a part of me's been like, should I even try playing this game if I don't have any knowledge of it? It's like, it turned out to be fine so far at least. So far at least. They definitely feels like they at least somewhat write the main character around having absolutely zero clue about the world itself because they have amnesia, so... At the very least, as of right now, there's nothing really getting in my way of just enjoying it and then going back to visiting those games when I finally get around to it. Which is nice. It's always something to be worried about, you know, how much you not knowing anything about a world will end up impacting your ability to enjoy games. It's a question and problem a lot of people ponder a lot of the time, and it's like, the Trail series is a really big problem of this too. Where it's like, it's so long, and so... There's so much there, and a lot of people just look at this going, I don't know where to start. And then you have people come and go, you should start at the very beginning. You should only start at, you know, Trails in the Sky. And it's like, nah, just the only real advice to ever give about Trails is, ideally, sure, Sky is the most ideal starting point. But I feel like even saying that is doing people a disservice, because all you're doing is making them go, well, if you should be starting here, and you're a pleb if you don't, and that's just bad to do. That's just bad vibes. So generally, if anyone ever asks me, it's like, just start at the beginning of an arc, and you should be good. But won't expect me to know. It's like, I mean... It's like, sure, yeah, but, I mean, you just gotta accept that that's gonna happen. You just gotta accept that you're probably not gonna catch every reference they're gonna make, or know all of these deep cuts for them. You're just gonna have to accept that. You might not like it, but you're just gonna have to accept it, and it's like, and it's fine. If you end up liking it enough that you get more invested in the series, then yes, you can go and try to check out some of the other ones. And that's fine. You're not on any actual time limit here. It's okay. It's okay if you end up just jumping into a series like midway through, you know, Just don't jump into an arc midway through. Although I think Cold Steel 3 might be the only exception to that. I've heard people say they've had luck having Cold Steel 3 be their introduction to the series. So maybe that would work. Maybe that could work. But I think Cold Steel 3 is kind of the exception to the rule in that regard. Because, like, Trails in the Sky SC is, like, arguably a in media res sequel to Sky First Chapter. You just don't. It's like, that is not... Playing second chapter without playing first chapter is not probably going to go well for you. I mean, you could probably go through there, but I'm not sure how well you'd fully, you know... Yeah. But like I was saying, though, it's like... It is a question that has to be pondered, and in a lot of cases, like, heck, I mean, another example to go is with Xenoblade, right? You might, it's like, a lot of people go, I need to play Xenoblade 1 and 2 so I can fully understand everything in Xenoblade 3. It's like, no, you could literally just jump into Xenoblade 3 without experience with the other two. You can, you'd be fine. That's like a game where it's like, no, you can absolutely just jump into Xenoblade 3. Do not give a shit, just go into it. But what if I don't recognize any references? That's fine. That's fine. The characters in-game don't either, other than, like, the characters for the most part in-game don't either, so you'd be in the same boat as them. There's just a few moments where you go, huh, there were the characters just where someone in a side quest comments on something weird, you go, you know, I really do wonder what's up with that too, and it's like, okay, sure, that's like something where it's like, you'd have context for that, for what that meant exactly if you had, you know, knowledge of Xenoblade 2 and 1, but it's fine if you don't. Some games really do work well enough, and I know there's some games that don't, like LMAO. I'm trying to pick up Mass Effect and Mass Effect 3, but like Xenoblade 3 is separated enough from Xenoblade 1 and 2 where it's like, you'd be fine. Some things aren't going to make sense. You won't have certain emotional payoff of certain characters, fine. You don't have certain emotional payoff beats, but that's fine. That's fine. It's alright. It's honestly shouldn't be enough to actually negatively impact your enjoyment of the game. It'll just leave you going, what? It won't make you go, I don't understand anything, because Xenoblade 3 does a great job of explaining everything going on in Xenoblade 3. You might be stuck asking, well, why is X X and why is this work like this? And it's like, the answer is usually, it's like, well, if you want to know that, either go watch someone talk about Xenoblade 1 or 2 or play them yourself. But that shouldn't come up a lot. You should be fine for the most part. Okay. So I think I just need to head south. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah. Are there any other series, like, honestly though, Trails is probably honestly the best example, just go for it, because it encapsulates both, you know, why jumping in mid, why for some series jumping in mid, in the midway point is not great, and why it's also fine to just not stress about it. You just treat you can jump into whichever arc just fine, and you'll probably miss some cute references here and there, but you'll be fine. But if you try to jump in mid-arc, that's when you start having your issues. And honestly, it's like, yeah. So honestly, Trails on its own just works as a perfect example, because you don't have to really go outside of it. It's just don't jump into mid-arc. And it's like, there's no real reason why you would arguably jump into the middle of a story arc anyways. There isn't any major reason why you would. I mean, it's not like gameplay of an arc really evolves enough to be significantly different, so it's not like, oh, I'm denying me this really fun-looking game, because if a Trails game one Trails game looks fun, then chances are the rest in that arc, the earlier games in that arc are going to look just as fun, so you don't have that issue that you have with, like, Xenoblade, where it's like, Xenoblade 3 looks really fun, but I know I bounce off Xenoblade 1. It's like, although I'd probably say that I'd probably warn the person there's a non-zero chance that they'll bounce off of Xenoblade 3, but also would go, just jump into Xenoblade 3. It's like, you know. That's just how it goes, though, you know. God, I really do. Now this is a topic where I'm stuck feeling a lot better now. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better after this topic. But yeah, it's one of those things. You get down to it. And I know a lot of people would, a lot of people I've seen and hung out with generally would agree with me on that factoid too. It's just something I know a lot of people would basically, yeah, just don't stress about it too much. That's the big thing. It's stressing out about it is like the worst thing you could do. It's like, you want to jump into a game series? Okay. Because there's like, because I mean, if you really wanted to, even Xenoblade's got its whole like thing, and it's like, well, if you really want to fully appreciate everything the story has to bear, then you need to start with Then you need to start with Xenogears, and you need to play through Xenosaga, episodes 1 to 3, and then you can get started on Xenoblade 1. And it's like, no one's ever going to. You never actually tell someone that. I mean, it's true. It's actually kind of true, which is terrifying, but it is very much not something you would actually tell someone as a sane person. Because, yeah. Imagine someone going, I want to play Xenoblade 3, and you immediately just start dropping like a little list, like this exhaustive list of like games the fucking lead designers worked on that they need to play to have full context of everything, and it's like, that would not make for a good time. Of course, it's also funny whenever I see I have also seen some people have that kind of same reservation with the Dragon Quest, which is always funny because Dragon Quest for the most part is not even remotely like that at all. It's not a series that is all. The closest you get to that is the initial trilogy where they have some vague connections, but and even then you're not gonna, and even then if you're trying to introduce someone to the series and want them to actually play them, you're not gonna tell them to, you're not gonna tell them it's a trilogy unless you're really trying to get them invested in playing those 3 games in order. And even then, don't tell them to play whatever they want, because usually it's because, well, I want to play 11, but I'm more need to play the others. It's like, no, just play 11. Just play 11. Don't hesitate. Just play Dragon Quest 11. It's a good game. But yeah, it's kind of funny how sometimes I can see people get, which to be fair, I kind of don't blame them, because the game's very much, I mean, some series definitely do leave them in that kind of mindset. It's like, oh, it's a long-running series. Do I need it? It's like, let's just jump into the game. It's also funny for me to think about, like, Suikoden and how, honestly, even Suikoden's kind of like, you can jump into each game whenever. The one with the strongest ties to the previous titles, too, and even that, I'd say you're fine to just jump into 2 without playing 1 if you really wanted to. I mean, you should play 1. It's a short game. It's a good game. But if you were really insistent on it, there's nothing wrong with you just jumping straight into Suikoden 2. You are just going to lack some context for some characters. Which is fine. Sometimes it's just fine for that to be the case. Hello. Ooh, Cosmo City has O2 tanks, and you can get there via the dock at the north end of the lake. So yes. This. Okay. So I'm also real happy to just be making progress. I'm not like horrendously lost or stuck. I'm making actual progress, which is good. Wish I had a hydroplane, but I need an O2 tank before I can go get that. But yeah, it's like, for the most part, it's like, oof. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that's always like a rough discussion to have, because you also know some people when you've met and seen enough people, you start to realize some people can have some really, really bad brain worms, or just mind goblins, or whatever term you use for just, they gotta do things a certain way, and they really, really don't. And it's those people you really need to be careful about your wording and about how you present certain information to, because you can very easily just leave them feeling like, oh, I shouldn't do X or I shouldn't do Y. It's like, they're the ones you need to just be the most careful with, because you could very easily put them off of just going with the flow and jumping into a game they want to play if you're not careful, because they'll be oh, but I want this and I do want the full context. It's like, you really don't need it, and sometimes you need to just make them not think it's less of a deal than it is, because it really is less of a deal. And it's like, and yeah, I mean, if they though, to be fair, if they actually do want to entirely get into a series and are working on it or planning on it, that's fine. But you also know that sometimes some people just kind of don't get into stuff the way they want to, and sometimes if you let yourself get hung up with starting at the exact, absolute starting point, you can wind up just losing interest fast and never getting to the things you want to get to. Like, imagine someone going, I want to get into the Tales of series, but I want to start with Fantasia and go forward into the modern era, and get to like event, because I want to, someone, well, I guess to be more precise, they're like, I want to play Tales of Berseria, but I want to play all the mainline Tales games up until Berseria, and it's like, you and we both know that is a terrible idea. Tales of Fantasia does not play well. The OG version of Tales of Destiny does not play well. I'd argue Tales of doesn't start playing well until you hit Eternia. Eternia is like probably the first one that actually plays is actually enjoyable to play. Like, I don't mean enjoyable, but I mean it actually plays well. You're not adding any asterisks or going, I mean, it's a bit of a rough system. It's like Eternia like actually is solid. So that's already like, that's like that's two rather lengthy JRPGs they gotta go through until they get to a game that they'll probably start going, oh, I actually enjoy this. Like, yeah. And it's like, I mean, no one in their right mind would ever go. I mean, thankfully the Tales of series has the whole cover of, anyone who's getting into the series isn't probably going to realize it's an actual honest-to-God series, which is honestly probably one of its biggest strengths. You can very easily see Tales of Berseria, and you're never going to go, man, I should play the game that came before. I should play Tales of Berseria 0, or as they call it, Tales of Zestiria. Never play Tales of Zestiria. But yeah. It's one of those things. Am I doing a good job just filling dead air? I feel like I am today. Which is odd, because I was going into this feeling terrible, and I feel like I'm doing a good job, which is going to leave me with the gaping feeling afterwards. It's like, oh man, I feel like I did a pretty good job knocking it somewhat out of the, knocking out of the park for me, but it's not going to matter, because it's not like it's anyone there going to be like, oh hey, yeah. So it's like, yeah. That's like the one pain of having a stream that I actually feel like I did good with, is like, yeah, but absolutely no one's gonna see it, so So knocking it out of the park in a rather decent way just doesn't matter. Doing a good job is like one of those things where it's like, yeah. I mean, it's nice to have done it, but then there's also the whole like creeping in dread of it's like, oh yeah, but I'm the only one aware of me having like done like a good to decent job with this. Which sucks, but that's the way of things. When you're a complete and total nobody, nobody's really gonna watch you anyway, so what do you expect? And I got into this knowing that'd be the case. So it's not that big of a problem, but anyways, to change topic. Jeez, what else is there talking about? I don't know. I mentioned the trails stuff, and it's like, I've actually surprisingly, it's not that I've lost interest. I should specify not, for him. It's not a matter of case of losing interest, but I have not played a Tales of game, well, a Trails game since Cold Steel 2, which is not ideal, but I guess it kind of works out because now Trails of, Zero's Bay being released. Azure's getting released soon, so it's kind of worked out because Cold Steel 2 also, during the ending part of Cold Steel 2, there's an entire section that's just screaming of, hey, you remember Zero and Azure, right? And it's like, we never got those in English. But hey, I mean, at least it means that instead of jumping straight into Trails of Cold Steel 3, I can just play Zero and then Azure the next time I pick up a Trails game, and that's great. I really need to follow this map, and I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. So I want that one, okay. But yeah, it's a good fortuitous thing on my part, at least. Although why I ended up falling off of it, a combination of not having the means to play it when it came out, and also I kind of don't like NISA. I've really just come around to feel like they're pretty shitty as far as localization companies go. They treat their own games well enough. They treat anything out of NIS, they treat those games fine and well enough. That's not the problem. The problem's like anything from anyone else that they just do not put. They will just do their cheapest, most goddamn shittiest effort in localization if they can get away with it, and it's kind of annoying. They definitely tried doing it with Falcom games. They absolutely tried. It was kind of funny. It's funny because they tried it and then they learned, the fan base absolutely will not abide this. Oh shit. So it's either that or Falcom's office, or Falcom got wind of the shitty job they did and gave them an earful about it. It really didn't help that they, poached the contracts off of Xseed, who had been doing a fantastic job, so that's the half the reason why no one was willing to abide a shitty effort from them. It's like, yeah, it was kind of funny to see them, and they're like, it's like there's an interview where someone was asked, why did that turn? They're going, we don't know, and it's like, bitch, you know why that happened. But even then, I've kind of gotten over that, because they're at least since they've been forced to at least put effort into trail stuff, and Trails and East stuff, they have been. But then, it was last year? It was around the start of last year, I picked up Savior Sapphire Wings and the Stranger of Sword City combo pack, and oh god, they really just did not give a shit. They did not give a shit, and it shows, and it's like, holy shit. It's like, wow. Stranger of Sword City's localization's a bit older, and it's at least not as bad as Savior Sapphire Wings, but so it's like, that one's kind of fun. But Savior Sapphire Wings is just a dumpster fire. It is understandable enough, thankfully, but that's all it is. And this isn't even to talk about the fact that I had recurring crash issues that seemed semi-consistent, which is not something you like to say about games, It's just one of those things. So, in the end, I'm not a big fan of NISA because, NISA is not a big fan of doing localizations, it seems. That's why I'm also really glad Undernaut's Labyrinth of Yomi managed to get picked up by Axis, because I do not want to imagine Undernauts with a worse localization. That game was fantastic. The localization really helped. Really just helped everything come across clearly, and I don't want to imagine if all the characters were kind of like stilted, talking just some degree of nonsense. I need to spend a minute going, okay, they're talking about this. So I'm just glad. I'm glad it got picked up by someone who cared. I mean, I guess if the one deciding factor for you with localizations is how much stuff do they stick into a collector's edition, I guess then NISA does a good job, but I've never really given a shit about collector's editions, so yeah. But hey, I'm allowed to say all this shit because I'm a nobody. No one gives a shit. This Cosmos City? Okay. This is Cosmos City, right? Something happened here. I'm gonna guess the Biocore came and utterly destroyed everything. But yeah, it's... Gene learned a new skill. Ooh, what'd you pick up this time now, bud? Bruiser. Hell yeah. I'm hoping this is Cosmos City. I really, really could use finding myself an O2 tank. I can't take Margaret that titanium body right now because we don't have access to a hover plane. There it is. Finally, we can go do shit. I need to buy more BP charges at this rate, though. Still, I was hoping for an actual town. Instead, we found ruins. They at least hit this mood right. Holy shit. But this means we can go to Vesta 2 and we can get the hydroplane, so that's good. Also, I will say, I'm glad to... I don't know if I should be glad or kind of annoyed that the answer to everything seemed to have been just go grind a whole lot. Because damn, that grinding up so I can actually use rank 3 stuff like this has been carrying me through all of this stuff. But I guess it also feels like to a degree, some of it was also a fair degree of this was also get yourself set up so you can actually also just use single target weapons more. Loading up on weapons that attack everybody just doesn't work. Doing good, though. I think we're also pretty much almost set to go for whatever limitations we have for... I think we also might be set to go for whatever limitations we have stat-wise on equipment, which is nice, but we're still limited by money. But it might be worthwhile to see if I can put together a rank 4 weapon when we get back to Satellite Base. We should be raking in the dough from all these fights we've been doing. So I'm not worried about money. Oh, shh, almost forgot. Actually, also you, what's your special now? What's it actually look like damage-wise? Holy shit. Holy shit. When in doubt, just have Gene murder the enemies, right? Holy shit, that was big. Then I need to make my way back to Ceramic City. Oof. Just have to go all the way around here, then go up that river to my east, and we should be back to Ceramic. This is going to get us a lot of money, though, isn't it? Bam 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 bam. Ba da dum dum. Bum bum bum. Ba da ba da bum ba bum ba da ba da ba da ba da bum. But the thing is, I feel kind of talked out now, which is it's annoying. I guess I could probably try talking about Limbus Company more. That game, like I've said, that game's pretty neat. It seems pretty cool. Really grimdark, though. The vehicle and basically you're like you set at least some of the tone. You're traveling around this terrible, horrible, no good city in a bus train that you basically shove the defeated, not even remains, because you want them still alive, you see. You basically, for the most part, have been basically like a good set of like your initial fights, or just you traveling to your destination, and basically a bunch of people keep coming up to try to pick fights with you, and you just get off your train and bus, beat them up until they're knocked out or incapacitated. And then you throw them into the gaping maw of the engine to feed them to the train, because the train basically runs off of people. So I guess that sets the mood. That'll set the mood. Also, they very much have a CG dedicated to showing you the whole of just what it looks like to have someone thrown in there. So I mean, it is very, very dark in that way. Grimdark is a very good word for it. So it's one of those things where it's cool, it definitely seems pretty neat and enjoyable, but it's also like extremely not for everybody, and if you were put off by some things, you absolutely should not. And just don't. But I'm enjoying its aesthetic, and I'm definitely vibing with it, so, and that's the really important thing to me, at least. It's got a mood, it sets that mood, and you shouldn't expect it to deviate from that mood. I mean, all you can really hope for is that all the hell and terrible shit you're going through and everyone you're around you's going through will in the end be worth it. That's pretty much, that's the big vibe I'm getting. You and everyone you're traveling with are going through basically, I mean, the game's also extremely on the nose about this. The main character's name is Dante. You do not get to change that name. Well, we don't even know if it's really their name, but it's what they're currently going by. They're currently going by Dante. A character who bails you out immediately and is your immediate superior for as much as you can have one is named Virgilus. So they're Virgil. And when you're going through where are we going, the response is you're going through Inferno. And it's like, oh. They are extremely on the point about... They are... Subtlety is for cowards, you see. Plus, people can very easily not grasp stuff when people are subtle about it, so... Being on the noise and smacking you on the head is about stuff constantly is a very good way to go about things, too, so... But yeah, it's a dark game, so it's one of those things where it's like, I go, Limbus Company, it's great, but also you have, well, so far it's great. It's only been out for one day and I haven't really played much of it, but I've gotten through the first chapter and the core gameplay loop seems solid. It definitely seems solid. It could change, this all could wind up being a thing where it's not so, where it ends up having issues, but so far it seems promising. Between specifically between stuff like where do we want to go? We need to go to Satellite Base first. We can probably try to make some tier 4 equipment that we should try to do. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it hasn't been out for too long and haven't played it too much, so I don't, still not, like, there's a lot that's currently unknown, but it seems solid. The biggest real issue, if anything, is it's probably my first real time playing a gacha game where I have absolutely zero clue what's coming. The closest time this happened was when I played the Romancing Saga gacha game, in which case I didn't have too much of an idea, but at least there's definitely a community I found where at least so I had a decent idea as to things to be aware of and things to be aware of and be careful of and just certain tips and tricks that I should follow. Here, everyone's in the same boat because it literally just launched yesterday, so yeah. Yeah. So Rita is there. We should recruit Rita. Let's see what Rita has going for her. Although on the other hand, losing Pamela would suck, but on the other hand, let's see what Rita's got to offer. No. Yes, Rita, right. No. Let's take a look what she's got. At least what they've got. Cool beat. HP restore. So I like what they've got at least. They even come with a Spark Saber and Titanium Body, so I don't need to stress about their equipment that much either. Okay, yeah. Sure. Yeah, let's just have him in the party then. Since we're apparently gonna want to go back to Orange City with them in tow. Let's see. Alright, we should just go and do some item crafting. Bwah, 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 bwah. Yep. Let's just make some stuff. Curious about some things, but let's go and pick up some more weapons and see what all we can do. Alright, the other nice thing, probably like one of the things that's got me at least somewhat interested in Olympus Company is it's a game that has a very set limit cast of characters. So you're not rolling for brand new characters. Instead, what you're doing is you're rolling for alternate universe identities of these characters, who they are in like other possible, instances of them existing in some other universe. And then what's happening is they're kind of like mapping, kind of like applying this identity on top of themselves to give them new and interesting ways to fight in combat. Which sounds actually really crazy, and it's gonna be really neat to see how that works. Because right now everything seems pretty tame, other than one guy who's like has an ability to turn themselves into a who like will turn parts of their body into an insectoid type. Well, I say they have the ability, but that implies they have a lot of control over it. They don't. They don't have a lot of control over it. Implying they have a lot of control over it's kind of shitty of me to do. But their body can turn into like giant bug parts, and one of their SSR version seems to be like, I guess it's supposed to be a version of them that fully embrace that. And so some of the artwork of that version is him just being having a lot of bug features. Okay, so yeah, I should in theory be able to use those to adjust. Yes. I should in theory be fine and not at risk of ranking down something. Okay, no, but that will absolutely... Okay, so there is a degree to which they will start writing stuff down. Okay. This is probably a bit too long and drawn out for my taste, but whatever. Worst comes to worst, I do know where there is a guide that at least has a listing of just what all combinations produce, at least what in terms of element, and I think they have something for like how to make single, yeah. So I'm trying to see if I can make single target stuff from this. Want to do is make a single target thing, but a beta bazooka. That sounds cool, but yeah. So how much does that cost? That's 44k. Okay. I think I'm gonna go to crack open that guide for fusing because this is really involved and I know what I want to make, it's just not popping up, so give me a second. Okay, so what I have is okay. So what I want to do is make a weapon that does that, right? Yeah. So then what I'm looking for is... If my end goal is that, then... I can, however, just combine the chemical with something to make it, right? Yeah, in theory, but... So it's chemical. I would like to, but... The issue in the long run is just a case of I don't know for sure how much what I'm doing is gonna matter, but yeah, I don't think we even have the money at this point to really do much, so... In the end, I don't think we have the money, so I just won't stress about it. Insufficient int for the Vile Bazooka. Oh well, that's fine. You can have the Spark Saber, so I've at least got one person. I feel like at this point the ideal stuff at the very least is one person with like a hit all weapon, and then everybody else with single targets. It feels like the ideal, so... Also, it's really expensive, and I should probably just keep that page open, and then just make sure I use it going forward. Because I would like, because to me, like, part of the ideal would be to make some single target stuff, so, yeah. Thinking on it, though, it's like, yeah. The people we have as possible suspects for being the main, you know, for being the Bio-Kaiser is either Stolt or Tanya. They're both options. Stolt just seems the most likely. Okay, so you don't care until I have all 3 discs. Gotcha. Anyways, we need to go to Vesta 2 and finally get ourselves the hydroplane. Please don't tell me that's an actual thing I need to worry about. There's definitely a great degree of tenseness to this. Just casually spacewalking and beating up Biocore. Don't mind us. Well, Jean's at least hitting as hard as everyone else is. Okay, so there's nothing over here. Just do that. With this many enemies, just use a super. We'll end the battle, and it should save us some BP. But still, I've been enjoying this a lot more now that I'm not, you know, horrendously constantly getting, you know, smacked down like I was last stream. Sometimes you just need to level grind a whole lot. What? 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 That was weird. That's weird. That's a nasty surprise, though, to spring on me, game. No real dialogue either, just, oh, they left. It's like, why? What? Thankfully, we'll be fine, I think. Kind of funny. I start praising the game and immediately decides to throw a weird dick move at me. I wonder if this is something that gets explained in the manual or something. Because as it is, it feels weird and comes out of nowhere. Plop. Let's see what we got. Whole bunch of corridors in here, though. So this is a maze. That's... Just realized that makes this a really big maze. Not as if we're in a lot of danger, but that's still worrisome. These guys are big, tough. I'm just gonna do this. They called for reinforcements. Great. Okay. So BP charge 3,000. We're gonna need that because I'm not backing out of this dungeon just because a party member decides to leave the party without any indication of why out of nowhere. Inventory. Oh, I probably should. This fight is probably not even worth fighting. We need to conserve BP somewhat. Oh, that's a dead end. We're doing good, though. I hope everyone's day's been going all right, though. So it definitely seems like there's two sides and they follow some degree of logic in how they're set up, but... Honestly, I can just run from this fight. Money's important and useful, but... hurts a lot, but we're doing good. Oh, leveled up. Still leveling up something fierce, thankfully. This, attack the dead pods with the single targets. Like, I really do feel like probably the ideal party is just one party member with a good AoE weapon and then everybody else with single targets. Feels like it really does work the best. Don't know why Rita left the party. Kind of annoyed at her, but I'm sure she had a reason. Just would have been nice if, you know, she'd have told us why. Making progress. Just getting nervous, that's not good. I should hype him up then. But rather he not get, you know, start panicking. Is this... he was hoping this is the end. So what's down here? Just out of curiosity, is it just gonna be a dead end, or is it? There's a chest. Okay. Boom. Got a BP charge kit, nice. Oh, wrong item menu. I keep doing that too. I think we're on the right path, at least. Where's everyone going? Why am I not getting any indications to what's going on here? This is weird. This is like weird in a very unsettling way. I think there's an item chest over here. Bum, 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 bum. So it looks like we're just losing party members from the bottom of the list all the way up, so... Crap. This isn't too bad, maybe. Boodum. I don't know why this trip to go get a hydroplane is being so fraught with danger. All I want is the ability to travel back. All I want is the ability to freely warp to towns I've been to already. Bum bum ba ba da bum bum. Surface-to-air missile. Nice. Don't know what I'm going to do with that, but nice. Reinforcements again. They're really calling for reinforcements up the wazoo now. And there's an item right over there, but I need to walk just a little bit further to get it. Oof. Really glad I level grinded the way I did, otherwise I would be probably suffering a lot right now. Again. Oh boy. Get them both down. Yes, again? Oh god. Ay, ay, ay. What? This is a first. Jeez. That was a first. 3 enemy groups. Bum, bum, bum. Run. I'm getting tired of burning all my resources on this stuff. No, don't run, just fight. If I need to heal, that'll waste away more than I would in just doing the fight. So far, so good, at least. They are, however, really putting me through the ringer here. Oh, nice. Critical hit. This is where I end up finding out that the game's just got a pretty poor translation, and the hydroplane and hoverplane are one and the same, and that's why this is such a giant pain to reach. Because this is meant to be the thing that flies you around, instead of just being a return item. Ooh, ceramic body drop. Over here. Something's over here. Hesitating. Thank you. Need that so badly. There's just a lot of directions for us to go then. Now this must be the correct way. I really don't know why everyone's disappearing. I don't know what all I'm dealing with, though. Hopefully this is them taking mercy on me and not having me actually fight a whole lot, but I'm already, like, really stretched thin resource-wise, so we'll see. Okay. Would be nice if you offered me a full heal too, bud. At the Hydro Wing. I don't remember the name entirely, but... Can I just use it here? Do I need to, like, walk all the way back out? Please tell me I don't need to. I guess if I eat shit and die, it's the same. But if I eat shit and die, then I don't get all the money from this. Come on, just let me run. Why? Okay, fine. Because there's, like, as far as I know, no real quick, easy way out of a dungeon, so... Unless it was gonna let me run, but it seems like no, you are not allowed to run anymore, and it's like, guys, come on, come on. I still don't get why you removed my party like you did. Still don't understand why you removed people from my party the way you did. But I'm not allowed to run away, I guess. Sorry, I'm just kind of annoyed at this section. It didn't seem to actually be building up to anything. It's just, okay, we removed your party. And it's like, why? Yes, because they wanted to make this harder? I'm just hoping this is a shortcut back or something. Or anything. It's not. I don't understand I don't. What? Then why? Why did you remove my party? I don't understand. Doesn't make sense. This doesn't make any sense. They just removed my party for the laughs, I guess. They at least seem to be doing me a favor now, but I know I can't fight my way out of here. Almost out of resources. So this entire section is going to be really tense, so please don't mind me. I think we're fine even if we eat shit and die and are sent all the way back to the satellite base, but I would rather that not happen, but hey. At least this seems to be going alright. For as much as I was stressing, it's going surprisingly smoothly. They at least made it so I'm not encountering giant groups of enemies, so I'll give them props for that. Me and my big mouth, huh? Yeah, there's nothing I can do for this fight. Yeah. I do still have it on me, right? Yep, I do. I'll accept that. I am annoyed I lose out on all of that money, but fine. That was also really stupid and rude of them, but whatever. It also just stands out because there was absolutely zero warning about that. There's like, here, we're removing party members. Like, why? It's like, just because. Smile, smile. But, well, at least I made it through. Seriously, you assholes. Running off while I'm busy charging my way down to hellish enemy base. No, that's fine. I'm just mostly salty that I lost all that money. Honestly, I think I need to take a small break here. If you don't mind. Which you don't, because you don't exist. So, there's really nothing you can do to complain about it. But I need to take a small break. Yeah, that should have been like a whole lot of money, but well, not much I can do when the game is sabotaging me to that extent. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Won't be too long. Just need to take a small stretch break and go check on a few things. Okay, I'm back. Didn't take me that long because, like I said, I just needed to stretch and check on something, which I did, so I'm good now. I will say I am surprised at just how much I very much just needed to do this today. I was like constantly debating on, oh god, do I even want to stream today? It's like, what do I want to do? And it's like, now that we're like 3 hours in, I'm going, okay, yeah, this was very much the correct decision. I'm feeling a lot better in general. Don't know if this is gonna keep going, but there, that should work. Yes. Yep, that's fine. Land 2, why not? Because I need to head to Orange City, I think? We'll see. It's just funny that the moment Rita left there, me like, we want to talk to Rita, and it's like, you couldn't have done that while they were here? Oh, interesting, so it doesn't matter what land I'm in, just as long as I'm on the world map. Okay, what all did you want to say to Rita? Muzak found General Dan, Moo. Go catch him. Okay, that... Yeah, Saddle's thesis. So, corn base, okay. Oh! So... pretty much... chances are looking extremely high that the main villain is going to... Chances are extremely high that the Biocache is going to be Stolte then. Unless it's going to be revealed to have actually been Tanya's plan, but we'll find out when we eventually get there. Interesting. So you're just not allowed to... Hmm. So there's a distinct problem of us just not having another place to go to. Oh, we will figure everything out. No big deal. So we can't actually Hydro Wing between lands. I feel like there's definitely more that could have been done with the menu, but oh well. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted me to get back. Get a tank back. Trying to think about what my next options are, and I guess going to the corn area would be good. Because we actually can't do the potato stuff until we've got the hover plane. So... trying to get to Corn Town might be our best bet. Especially now that we have the cruiser. It is nice to just be fighting things and knowing I'm getting some money back from all this. Yes, I'm still extremely salty that I lost out on all of that money. Although I don't know what they were thinking, and that's probably like the biggest thing is I really don't. I just don't know what they were thinking at all. It was the weirdest decision I think I've seen in this game yet. And this is a game with a number of weird decisions. Just the whole, let's without giving you a reason, have party members just leave you while you're exploring Vista 2. We aren't going to give you an explanation. We're just going to do it. It's like, but it would have been better if they had at least given a reason. Just as it is, they told us absolutely nothing and just went deal with it, and it's like, okay. And then you get to the end and it's like, okay, so why did you take them out again? And it's like, in this like, it's just so weird. It's just such an extremely weird decision on their part, and it's like, I don't know when I'll get over that. It's just so weird, okay? Bum, ba, ba, bum. Okay. Still, I think I feel like games will go for longer, so I'm going to. Like I said, I'm feeling... my mood's definitely even the fuck out thanks to streaming today, so I'm glad for that. I realize I should maybe talk to the two people in here now. What is our aversion to telling people their loved ones are dead? What is our aversion to that? Just tell them. Sorry, it just bothers me. It's a weird thing to be bothered by, but it's like, come on. Like, I guess if you were, but it's like, I don't know. It just feels wrong to just not inform them. Okay, sorry about that. Something came up, and I had to immediately turn around and deal with it. Okay. I am fine to keep heading north like this, right? Yeah. Okay. What's the northwest? I don't know. Let's find out. Thankfully, we're in pretty good condition. We should be able to easily handle... We should be able to deal with all these random encounters pretty easily. Ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-bum. This fight's going pretty swell now. Astro's still nervous. I need to make him hyper. As things are, we're fine, but... Marine sensor. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Let's get through here. I'm glad we're at the part where, like, I do remember trying to come over here last stream, and it just was miserable. Okay. So, go due west from here, and we'll get the other map at least. So, we'll get the central area of this. So there's a town if I keep going west. Okay. I shall do this. We're also north of Orange, of the Orange City. Actually, I was still super out. Welcome to Corn Base. While we were gone, the Iron Unit came and looted our stores. Long story short, don't deal with Captain Wolf. Okay. Not a lot of money, though. It's a decent amount, but I'm gonna need a lot more if I can start investing in more rank 4 gear. Everyone here is angry at being basically betrayed by the Iron Army. And also, much like the other town we were at, this town doesn't seem to have supplies for the most part. They do have weapons. That's something. Okay. And where are we gonna get a hover plane? I guess that's what we need to. Guess that's what we need to go to. Cosmos City, was it? And do you have anything special to say to Rita? Nope. Okay. Jean learned a new skill. Wasn't Dr. Kumi the one over there? Jean now knows the power of Slam. What is this going to do? 1600 damage? Yeah, much like the other town, we don't actually get corn base as a place we can fast travel to. It's so weird. Why would we not get corn base as a place we can fast travel to? It just seems so... That just seems so weird, you know? Then again, Dan's actions are weird, but also it makes sense if he thinks he can leverage the stuff he stole from the corn base to try to either join with the biocorps or something. Sounds like something he'd do. Ooh. So we have a lot of stuff. We need to find the hoverplane, though. We need to find the hoverplane. Is there anything accessible directly to our north? Something we'd find out. I don't want to just go to, you know, Orangeria to try to talk to Dr. Katsu right away because I don't want to have to walk all the way out. I'll wait until we finally get some fast travel points in here that aren't that town. Alright, we should take a look at the... Oh! His new super is only single target. Rep. Rep. Can't believe getting it upgraded might have been a terrible idea. Okay. Inventory. So there's something up to our northwest, and then there's, looks like a possible entrance to the waterway to the north. We do not have a biodisc. So that is useless to us right now. Data, ISIS. IY-24. Following an accident at the Bio Research Center in Land 2, Professor Stolte vanishes. His whereabouts are still unknown. ISIS. Year 26. A warlord calling himself the Bio Kaiser appears without warning from his Bio Palace in the center of Land 2. He leads an army of mutants and biomonsters to ravage the colonies and is yet to be stopped. Yeah, the Biokaiser is most likely... That is interesting. So there's... I guess that's if I enter it from the canal that I'll get access to that stuff. Would make the most sense. Bum bum ba da ba da ba ba bum. Yeah, okay. I wish I had more fast travel points. You'd be best off with a shuttle body and aluminum sword. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Gene. Body plus special sword. Chris. Lambada? I'm that's probably supposed to be Lambda armor. Arm plus sonic weapons. Rita. Something mutagens, so maybe give her steroids? Mutant leg, heat sword. Leg plus heat. Sword. Okay. Astro is iron arm and corrosive weapon. Plus corrosive weapon. Okay. I wonder if that just means they do better. I wonder if that means they get like some kind of multiplier for those kind of weapons. Still, that's interesting. So I should be giving Jean single target special stuff. Chris, Sonic Gun or Sonic Sword, I guess. There's a lot to process. I also need to grind out money. But, yeah. Well, I need to keep that in mind. Just trying to think, like right now, the main goal is we're getting to the point where nothing can be done until we have a hover plane, so that is a big goal. I think I know where to go looking. I think someone's already told me I just need to go follow through. But one of the problems I'm definitely gonna have is I would definitely like to have a little bit more power with my stuff. Let's see. I think one of the other things to really just recognize is they really don't want you to be selling item weapons back, so you don't really get there's not really a lot of good like refunding options when it comes to weapons. Oh, that's just 1,000 damage per single target. His last one was better. His last special attack was better. 800 to each enemy was way better. Kind of a shame that his new one's a downgrade. I'm gonna go up to the satellite base, see if we can make ourselves a special sword for Jane. Satellite base, yes. I'll save beforehand, then look open, then crack open a guide since, yeah. Part of it's like the nice. We might actually be able to make two weapons, two rank 4 weapons that we want. Okay. So what I need to do is... oh, that's just a dead end. Take stock of what I got. Okay, so we've got all this. But what I want to do is get up to a special sword. Well, a special, I guess you'd say more just special attribute melee weapon, single target weapon versus. And I guess we could also maybe gun for a rank 4 sonic sword. So I'm going to assume corrosive meant the chemical, and we've got a chemical bazooka to give Astro. So... if in the end we want to make something special, we have options. So I need to choose one, so... So, Sonic plus phrase. So if I want to, so I'm gonna need like 2 rank 3 items of that tier, right? So I'm going to need, so in order to make Sonic, I would need plasma. To make plasma, I need electric plus electric. In order to make electric, I would need plasma plus freeze. Right? Right. Buy 2 battle knives. Electric would be, let's see. There's a ceramic disc and sonic knife combo. Might also work. So that should create the sonic component of that, and then freeze. That's wrong. I want this. Okay. This might work. Okay, and it was ceramic plus... Was it special plus sonic? No. Well, it must have been. Hmm. Hmm. It'll be fine. I'll just make this work instead. I want single target though, not that. Hmm. 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 Kind of wish this was a bit more in depth, but not. There's like no real information out there, so. Let's see what we get from this. Might be the thing I'm missing the most. I'm just by combining melee weapons with just melee weapons, I'm not getting what I want, so. Heat saber, so. Ooh, finally, that'd get me something I can maybe work with. The issue is it's not the right kind of weapon, but it's something. It's a single target rank 4 thing. So if I assume I'm going to get that out of that, then what do I need to do with this? Chemical plus chemical would equal special or electric. Oh, like literally that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's just what I want. Okay, so I'll probably need to make another bazooka like that for him, but oh well. He does not have, he lacks the power to really wield this kind of weapon right now anyways, so that sucks, but we'll deal with it. We gotta go to land 1. Maybe I should call it good here soon? Maybe. I would like to at least end this on getting the hoverplane. Bum ba da ba bum. Yes, maybe I could go there. And it's not actually that much shorter. Bum bum ba da ba da bum bum. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. I would be... If a lot... I don't know how much of that's because that's apparently his specific weapon type or not, but holy shit. I guess it would be nice if I could get enough money to outfit everybody with stuff that they specialize in. That's the main thing I guess we'll be doing from here on out. Gotta make a good sonic weapon for Chris. That was 1.5k. Holy shit. If I had had this when going through that Vista 2, I probably would have slut walked through it. I should take a look. What direction's the fastest way to go to reach the dock? Head south, okay. Ba-bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-bum. Oh no, I gotta go north because that bridge is actually intact. Per Subio cores, there's like the one bridge I wouldn't mind being gone. It's like they knew, the bastards. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come on. Just keep heading north. By the time I go around this peninsula, we'll be there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Finally. Throw me on a mobile vehicle. Damn it. Let's see. Which way would going north or south be faster? It would be north. North looks like. I think north would be faster. Bum 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 bum. Oh, damn it. Can't actually go north. That's a shame. I kind of just want to get, like I said, I want to finish this stream off with getting the upper climb, hopefully. It's such a crucial thing into our progression that it's like getting it should really should help us get to the. We might not be endgame, but it should put us a lot closer to being in the endgame. Ba-da-dum-bum, ba-da-dum-bum. Okay. Hmm. We do have an O2 tank now. Food. I will try to walk over there and get that item. Don't want to leave it behind. Ooh, draining BP tanks is just rude. Those are weird enemies. They're annoying, though. Very annoying. We also should be getting a pretty good check next time we check in with the terminal. What is this? Got a Gaia leg. Oh, you can equip it, so sure. Ooh, these are one of those that attack everyone in the party. Also, they give just as much experience as Metal Slime, as the game's Metal Slimes. Don't know why that's the thing that stands out to me the most, though. But hey, it's funny. Happy to see. Now let's actually take the elevator down to the outer wall of the colony. Oh, I didn't have to be these guys. Can I just run? I can't. Let me run. Actually, that's actually a good idea. If I use Chris's super, that should at least keep them from doing anything. Yeah. Okay. Didn't finish it off. Hoping for the best. This has just been a very long segment, though. I've had to walk all the way out here, and we still haven't even gone outside the colony wall. Is north at block 41. So we gotta head north to block 41 and we should be good. Said north. Oh, there it is. And once again, we are stranded somewhere because our O2 tank is empty. Really wish these safe spots would give me my cash, but probably asking for too much. That costs 900 to use. I really don't like to see that. Seriously, they're the worst. It wouldn't be so bad, except this is an extremely long segment, so that you're dependent on having BP charge kits in your inventory for. Having enemies just show up and drain us in a giant chunk of BP from you is extremely rude. I want to give those to Rita. Please, Gene, get a quick turn here. Thank you. Okay, this seems like I can deal with it. That surface air missile was worth shit. Oh, if he's still got enough to do it, yeah. Hit Chris with it. Good job, Jane. Come back here, you coward. Stole a Navbot 3 from the... Nice. Finally. Yes, yes, yes. Good. 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 82,000. That's good. Mm-hmm. Verifying colony or they... Oh, yes, they make O2 tanks at the factory. Gotcha. So let's go, now that I've recovered, let's go dive back in quick and go get that one chest in the southwest. Now that I'm back to full. Eat shit, you monsters. Calorie pack 1. Now that we have a hover plane, that means we can do a whole lot of stuff. Well, we don't have the hover plane. We have the nav kit for the hover plane. So that's pretty much, we haven't been able to get the last 2 discs because we need the hover plane. We haven't been able to, need to go save Oda. There's so many things you need the hover plane for, you know? Still, I'm sure the next time we fight Ladez and that boss, it's gonna be a lot harder. So I'm probably gonna run out and go make, see if we can make ourselves some better stuff. Although I guess I should also see if there's an upgrade to our BP, see if there's an upgrade to the BP kits in the arm shop. We've got, do we have 7k tanks or 5k tanks? 5k. Okay. Yeah, I'll upgrade to 6k. I'll upgrade. Helps that the trading value is taking a lot of the sting off. Like a significant amount of that was taken off just by the trading value, the sheer trading value alone. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Professor Stolte's data remains intact. Here, take this guide robo and talk to it. He'll follow your orders. My memory unit contains data from Isis City. Me and the ceramic cube will protect Ozone City. I left an O2 tank in the box if you run out. Come back and I'll give you another one. Okay. So if you need more O2 tanks, just come here. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it's like, it definitely feels like Stolte is the Bio-Geyser. The game loudly screaming it as loud as it can is one of them. Okay, so the hoverplane cannot go over mountains. And we still get into encounters. That I find ridiculous. I find still getting into encounters while in the sky ridiculous, but oh well. I want to go check out that dome that should be next to... Oh, and you cannot go over trees. That is also weird. Okay, so... Let's go to Fiber City. Yeah, what is up over here? Titanium and ceramic bodies. So, bring titanium and ceramic bodies to Margaret, south of Fiber City. Bring... So I'm gonna need that for next time. Bring Titan and ceramic bodies. Two. Okay. Now, let's take the... Let's Hydro Wing ourselves back to Ceramic City. I guess I should also go see the boss man over here. We've talked with Oda, so that's what he wanted taken care of. Okay, he's just happy. Nothing else for us. I'm just gonna make my way back to the satellite base, and we're gonna make one more weapon, and then we're in extreme. Well, I say one more, but I want to make one more at rank 4 weapon. Okay. Was it right over here? Yes. Okay. So we have a plasma. We do have an all plasma. So if I wanted to get Sonic out of plasma, I would need an electric or a plasma weapon. Or a special. But I'm not looking to get plasma, I'm looking to get Sonic out of that. So for Sonic is either I make another plasma or I make an electric. Okay. Although plasma is probably actually Rita's best weapon, so actually maybe that's not such a bad idea. Just making a plasma the best type for Rita. Then try to get things in position to make something good for Chris. Yeah, it sounds solid. Now there's a problem that I don't think Rita can immediately just use stuff, but we have an Atomic, we have a Sonic, so maybe that worked? Maybe. Maybe that would work. Let's see. Dum 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 dum. was I thinking? I don't know, to be honest. So is the rule supposed to be just if you want to make melee weapons, you have to mix melee with something, whereas two of the same type will give you a gun? I feel like in the end, that's the weapon I'm looking at that I'm hitting a wall with. But I'll make do. Let's see. It would be nice that I didn't have to do all of this travel to just mess around, but... Boom. I think this works. Heat Saber plus Atomic Rifle. Bazooka. Heat Saber plus Alpha Rifle. That was electric. Yes. There we go. Over here and try to get people equipped. Rita probably just, yeah, Rita definitely doesn't have the stats for the Nichrome sword yet. Insufficient power, yeah. Then again, Astra's not much better. But yeah, that seems to be the secret sauce. Melee plus gun equals, well, single target plus all equals single target. Single target plus all equals single target. Whereas two of the same, so single target and all, yep. So that's the big secret sauce of this. I don't think I can afford to... Still, it's good to figure that out. But as it is, we've got enough stuff. We've got two people equipped well. We've got something sitting in hand to give Rita once she has the stats for it. Don't know when that will be. And honestly, all we need is the money. We might be able to outfit Astro with a good chemical bazooka. So yeah, that's it. I'm going to be continuing with this Lagrange point on Friday. It's going to be, once again, going to be trying to stick to this 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. And I'm going to, and Wednesday, I don't know what I'm going to do Wednesday. Guess I might just go with an SM, I might just shrug because of effort and go with an SMC3. That sounds like something to do. Anything else I can think of I need to do? Not really. Not really. Not in the slightest. But yeah. And Saturday is... I'm probably not streaming this Saturday again. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, but yeah. And yeah, so yeah. I'll be back Wednesday, and I'll be back on Wednesday, and I will be back with probably SMC3, and then Friday I'll be continuing with Lagrange Point. And I figure, why not, let's raid Sarah Lene, because she's currently playing Resident Evil Code Veronica, so why not? Anyways, thanks for watching. If you're watching the VOD, thanks for watching the VOD. Feel free to drop a follow. Hope I see you again. Later and goodbye.